Hi, Rebecca. This is Sean, the Zoom tech.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Vickers, and on behalf of the Florida Alcohol and Drug Abuse Association, welcome to today's workshop entitled Trauma-Informed Care Simplified, De-escalation Techniques. This virtual workshop is being made available through a collaboration between the Florida Department of Children and Families, Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health, and the Florida Alcohol and Drug Abuse Association. Before we get started, I would like to mention that the presentation and handouts were sent to all registrants via constant contact communication. These documents are also posted on our website. If you haven't already done so, it is important that you print these documents as you will need them to participate in activities today. Today's training will include both presentation time as well as group activities. You will also be able to interact with the presenter by responding to polls and typing your comments and questions in the chat panel. Today's presentation time is from 1 to 5 p.m. It will include 2 15-minute breaks. Your video and audio access will be disabled during the presentation, and you will only be able to see the presenter's video, and you will only be able to view your name on screen. However, during the breakout sessions, you will be able to have the opportunity to have your audio and video enabled. This virtual workshop is designed to be interactive, and we highly encourage that you turn your video and audio on and participate in today's breakout sessions. The breakout sessions will not be recorded. Our audio is broadcast through the internet to your computer. To hear the presentation, please make sure your volume is not muted. During the group discussion, you may use your audio and video by clicking on the mute, unmute button for audio and the start video button to begin your session. If you experience poor computer audio, you may consider calling in to the presentation, but please remember to receive certificate of attendance or CEUs. You must be connected to the audio and view the presentation on screen as well. Today's presentation will be available on the FADA website within 30 business days. To access the recording and PowerPoint and other handouts, please go to www.fada.org, then to our Resource Center, and then to our training library. FADA produces many webinars and workshops with the support of the Florida Department of Children and Families. To help participants track credits earned through attendance, we host an online community that provides a personalized digital journal where participants can maintain statements of credit for webinars and workshops taken through the Florida Alcohol and Drug Abuse Association. If you haven't already done so, you will need to register with our website and create a profile. Information you provide to FADA will remain confidential. At the end of today's workshop, you will have an opportunity to complete the presentation evaluation. You will receive an evaluation link in the chat panel, and at the conclusion of today's workshop, you will be redirected to a link to log in to take the evaluation. When completing the evaluation, please remember to use the same email address you used when registering for the workshop. The evaluation must be completed by midnight, January 21st. Statements of credit will be available within 30 business days after the evaluation closes. To receive CE credit or statements of credit, please note that you must take the evaluation. The evaluation will close one more time on Friday, January 21st, 2022. Up to 3.5 continuing education credits are available for participating in today's workshop for persons licensed through the Board of Nursing, the Board of Clinical Social Work, Marriage and Family Therapy, and Mental Health Counseling, and for persons credentialed through the Florida Certification Board. If you are a licensed healthcare practitioner, be sure to include your Florida license numbers for reporting to CE broker in your evaluation. If you are certified through the Florida Certification Board or licensed outside of the state of Florida, you do not need to provide your certification number when completing. Please do note that Zoom monitors arrivals and departures of attendees. To receive CE credits or statement of credit, you must attend the entire workshop, as we are not provided to permit partial credit. Worsham L has nearly 15 years of experience empowering diverse populations of vulnerable youth and families in medical, academic, residential, outpatient, substance use, and child welfare settings with trauma-informed care. Worsham L is licensed clinical social worker and certified trauma family professional. She is the co-founder and CEO of Lotus Trauma Care, your South Side Chicago trauma provider. Worsham L. was an adjunct lecturer and field consultant at the University of Chicago in the Crown Family School of Social Work, Policy, and Practice. She received her bachelor's in psychology from Loyola University with a concentration in child and adolescent development. She received her master's in social services administration from the University of Chicago, specializing in treatment of complex care. Worsham is passionate about educating professionals and caregivers on the impact in complex trauma and has trained over 1,200 professionals across various social service settings in trauma-informed care. And now I'd like to welcome our presenter, Worsham. I will turn the presentation over to you.
Peace, everyone, and good day. My name is Becca. Thank you so much for your introduction. So my name is Worsham L, and I'm really excited to be here with you all today to discuss de-escalation techniques through a trauma-informed care lens. So my goal is to simplify trauma-informed care so that you feel confident and competent in the process of utilizing some de-escalation techniques that are going to be neurobiologically informed. So let's get started by me kind of sharing with you who I am, right? We'll be here together for about 4 hours this afternoon. We'll have several breaks, but in that process, I would like to tell you who I am so you kind of know where I'm coming from, right? So first things first is that this work here is much more than a profession for me. It's much more than a job. My presence here in this space is more about a calling, a passion of mine, where I believe that this is my purpose in this lifetime here. So I want to tell you about how I got into this work. When I was about 12, 14 years old, and between that time, there was a lot of things and shifts happening in my life with my family system. And at that time, I began experiencing a lot of crises myself. And it was one night that I was lying awake with insomnia. And because I was a well-behaved child who got good grades, I was flying underneath the radar. And none of the adults really noticed that I was experiencing depression or anxiety. So I lie here with one of the symptoms of insomnia, kind of staring around at my room, looking at the mirror, looking at the line of shoes along the wall. And I remember asking myself, why am I walking in these shoes? And when I asked that question in a very genuine way, the answer that I received was to help children or youth like myself. Obviously, I had no idea that I would be also helping to support the inner child of adults, but I took that as a very clear directive and went on to study psychology with a concentration in complex trauma. So with that, this is why this is a passion of mine where I can talk to you for hours about it, because I have had a lifetime of experiences of my own complex trauma, as well as witnessing and working with individuals across the lifespan who have experienced trauma. And in that, I'm extremely elated to be here with you all today to share with you how we can use the trauma-informed lens to provide de-escalation and to respond to our clients when they're experiencing crisis. So what we'll do today is we are going to spend a very interactive afternoon where I'll ask you all to engage in discussions and activities. So it's going to be very, very important that you participate so that this is a meaningful experience for everyone. And we're going to do so in smaller rooms so that we're not intimidated by the number of people we have here present. So I'm going to tell you about our 3 objectives, and then we're going to break into a meet and greet, because as we know, there's a plethora of experience in this room today and this virtual room today. And so we want to take a moment for you all to meet each other. But before then, let's ground and understand what we're going to do once we begin our training. The first thing is to make sure that we all understand what trauma-informed care is and how trauma-informed care will impact crisis situations. So we'll do so by discussing the difference between trauma and crisis and the overlap between these two things so that we understand why a lens of trauma-informed care is necessary when we're dealing with crisis. And then that second point, it'll help us to recognize these trauma responses and the stress responses that may happen as a professional, but also for our clients, right? Because as we learn more about the polyvagal system and about the different areas of safety that compromise our stress responses or activate our stress responses, we're going to then be able to very, very strategically identify realistic expectations and the best use of interventions. I'm going to share with you free interventions that tap into what we call our ventral vagal nerve that we'll learn about later, so that we can help to de-escalate crisis, so we can help our clients to prevent themselves from having crisis turn into trauma, or so that we can prevent re-traumatization depending on the client's experiences of crisis and trauma and how overwhelming they find themselves experiencing whatever it is that they have going on. So before we get started, let's go into a small breakout room. You're going to go into rooms of 4 where you'll have an opportunity to meet a couple of other people in the room. When you get to the breakout room, please share your name, your role, what you do, right? Because social services is such a versatile field. And most importantly, share if your energy level were a weather forecast, what would it be? And if you feel comfortable, share why. And doing so, we'll learn later that checking in with ourselves as professionals is one of the most important steps of trauma-informed care, because we are also human and not exempt from being impacted by stress responses and crisis and the things that naturally impact us as humans, but also as professionals within the social service field. So again, those 3 things that you'll be discussing in your small breakout groups is who you are, where you work and what you do, and what your weather forecast is if your mood and energy levels were a forecast. So we'll see you all right back here in the next 4 minutes and we'll get started on our presentation for this afternoon. Thanks again for your participation. I look forward to seeing you in a moment. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you met some wonderful people and made some new connections and had a moment to check in with yourself. And so as we kind of move forward in thinking about the idea and the importance of checking in with ourselves as professionals, there's something I'm going to ask you all to do as we go through this virtual training. Typically in person, I'm able to, feel the energy and can kind of intervene. However, with the virtual format, it does require that you pay attention a little bit more to some things that will help to enhance your learning experience. So as we talk more about the stress response system and specifically the automatic nervous system, which is responsible for governing the stress response system, we'll learn later on this afternoon that it is very important that we're mindful of the different stress responses so that we are able to remain present in our prefrontal cortex, where we're able to integrate this information, where we're able to make good decisions and actually apply what it is that we're learning today. Naturally, as we talk about trauma and crisis and the different examples that may come up contextually, it may activate our stress response system, which is okay. So what you can do when it's activated is pay attention and have awareness of your body. Specifically, pay attention to your heart rate. Your heart rate may go up or it may fall. And it depends on kind of what's going on in your day and what the particular trigger or thing that activates your stress response is. But just notice if there's any shifts in the way that your heart is beating. Maybe it goes up, perhaps it goes down. Similarly, pay attention to the tension or discomfort in your muscles, right? Sometimes we may find ourselves getting restless. Sometimes we may have some back pain or neck pain. These are some cues that your stress response system has been activated. And so when that happens, we just want to pay attention to these things, and we'll use our breath in order to manipulate it. The third thing that I want you to pay attention to is your thought content. Sometimes our mind might go blank. Other times our mind might start thinking about past experiences with clients or the professional settings. Other times our minds might start thinking in the future about how we can apply this information, how we're going to use this information. Those are all okay responses to have, but what we want to do is be mindful of when it's taking us out of the present moment so that we're able to really walk away from this training today ready to implement the skills and the information that we've learned. So when you notice these cues or any other cues that you find that are specific to you, what I want you to do is use your breath. What we'll learn later is that the breath is a very, very free technique that we all can use as professionals, humans, children, regardless of where we find ourselves on the human spectrum, to help to manage the stress response system. So if you find yourself having more energy, your thoughts are racing, you're having discomfort, you need to move, you're going to want to take longer exhales than your inhale to help decrease your heart rate and bring you back into what we call the ventral vagal nerve, which is where we again are able to think clearly, be our best selves, have inhibition, integrate information into our long-term memory, etc. On the contrary, if you find yourself kind of dipping low, where you are having more or less of like low energy, your mind going blank, maybe you get really tired, taking longer inhales can really help to increase your heart rate, again, manipulating that ventral vagal nerve so that we're able to remain present in the moment and bring ourselves back to a place where we're able to, again, access the ventral vagal nerve and the prefrontal cortex. The reason why this is so important is because a part of the brain that we're talking about when we think about the automatic nervous system is 9 times faster by milliseconds than this prefrontal cortex. So as professionals, especially, it is a big responsibility of ours to make sure that we're aware of how our stress responses are being activated so that we are able to select realistic expectations and actually apply this information that we're learning today to help understand why we're seeing what we're seeing with our clients when we're seeing it. So let's kind of just make sense of what crisis is versus what trauma is, right? These are two distinct experiences and they may intersect. And actually over time, oftentimes they do intersect with each other. Typically crisis happens right before trauma, right? Crisis is defined as the client's perception in response to a situation that exceeds their ability to cope and exceeds their access to resources, right? So this is a subjective experience that happens, which tells us why one person may experience something as a crisis and another may not. Now, where on the contrary, we have trauma being that long-term emotional, behavioral, psychological, and physical responses that will happen in response to an event that's overwhelming. So both crisis and trauma will activate our stress response system. Both crisis and trauma can turn into a situation where it makes it very difficult for a person to think clearly, for a person to make good decisions, and to be present. And so what we're going to do today is learn how to recognize the stress response system, and stress responses that tell us when a person is experiencing a crisis and how we can help to prevent it from becoming a trauma, right? So there is a triphasic model created by Judith Herman that describes how we can address the trauma and crisis overlap in a way that allows us to be very strategic. And there are 3 stages that we're identifying. The first is safety and stabilization. We are going to spend a pretty good amount of time talking about safety and stabilization. Why? Because without safety, all of these fancy theories and education that we have and techniques and modalities really make no difference. Why? Because the limbic system is much stronger than our ability to have our clients problem solve and follow through on treatment plans and service plans and things of that nature. So we have to prioritize safety in order to have realistic expectations and in order to prevent re-traumatization and to help our clients to be stabilized so that the crisis is basically dissipated. So after we have identified safety and helped our clients to stabilize, then only can we go into a process of processing or helping our clients to make sense of what the trigger is and what's actually happening so that they're able to then choose how we're going to move forward in the process of problem solving. And then we'll talk later this afternoon about what are some different areas of intervention and specifically some very specific techniques about how we can use to facilitate the processing process as well as the problem solving process. And so that third stage is about helping our clients to reconnect to social support networks as well as different outlets, right? So how, again, that problem solving aspect of things, how do we assist our clients in feeling competent and feeling empowered and in feeling like they have the capacity to recognize and manage whatever it is that's coming up for them. So these are the differences between a crisis and a trauma. And the most important thing is to understand that they are both subjective experiences, A, and B, that they can really overlap and interact with each other. And so our goal is to help our clients prevent a crisis from becoming a trauma, right? Prevent this overwhelming perception of the experience or situation from becoming traumatic, which is when we are overwhelmed and there's a chronic activation of the stress response system. I'm just going to click her clicker. Okay, so there are 4 types of crisis that we're going to look at today. I'm going to define each type of crisis and then I'll give you some examples. And then what I would like for you to do as we're talking about this is think about what these different types of crisis, like an example, will look like for you within your setting. So the first one that we're going to talk about is called a developmental crisis. And this is when these crises or this overwhelming experience occurs because of normal life transitions, right? So what does normal life transitions look like? We have certain things like going for our children, our adolescents, leaving the home in order to go into college, right? And becoming what we call empty nesters. This may be a normal life transition that causes some crisis either for the youth or for the parent or for the family system altogether. Another normal life transition may be, our children moving from grammar school to high school. It may be anything that just kind of happens naturally. A loss of a grandparent or a parent may be another big developmental crisis that occurs, right? Because no matter how old we get, we still need our parents. And secondly, we have what we call a situational crisis. These are those crises that disrupt the client's norms and redefines their identity, right? Or the way of life and perceptions are seen as something is completely changed, like this is going to change my entire life, right? So one thing that may be is having a diagnosis of a chronic medical illness, right? This may cause a person to feel as though their identity has shifted, especially if this medical illness has impacted their abilities and their independence. And this may then begin to make a client or a person wonder, how is my life going to look when I'm not able to be independent, when I'm not able to move and act in the way that I feel most comfortable with and have been doing for decades of my life, okay? The existential crisis. These existential crises look that are when a person is questioning their worth, their abilities, their values, or their views about a positive future, okay? And so an example of a crisis here change. Perhaps that we've been working at a job or being in a profession for 20, 30 years, and we find a big part of our identity. So now I don't
here, your default.
what's going on or who I am. This may be an example of the existential client specifically.
Getting crazy pop-ups on this computer. Oh yeah, she's freezing up. We're losing audio.
What the heck?
Oh yeah, no, real house. You're dead.
What the heck?
Good afternoon, everyone. We seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties. If everyone will just hold, we should be back on momentarily.
Thank you. As we
Again, everyone, we're working through some technical difficulties, and as soon as we get back up, we will begin momentarily.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we work out those technical difficulties. It's wonderful to be able to meet in a virtual setting, but it does sometimes come with its challenges, right? So we will continue on with the understanding that a crisis is when a client, a human, has experienced a situation to be overwhelming, right? This may be overwhelming for them in a way where they don't feel as though they have the emotional capacity or the resources in order to address what is happening in their lives. We just discussed 4 different types of crisis that may occur with our clients, and we also distinguish the difference between a trauma and a crisis, with the crisis being around the perception of being the ability to cope, whereas trauma is more about the response, the physiological, psychological, mental, and emotional responses that one has to an experience of overwhelming stress, recognizing that there's an overlap with stress, right? Which is why trauma-informed care is so important, because both crisis and trauma activate the stress response system, which is something that we're going to really talk about this afternoon, so that you feel comfortable and competent in identifying when your clients clients that are experiencing stress responses and some different specific techniques that you can use in order to address these issues and help to de-escalate and solve the problems with your clients. So with these 4 different crises, and everyone has a chat box. So if we look at the screen that you're on, especially like if you're on a computer screen, the phone screens look a little different. There's a way for you to get to your toolbar. When you get to your toolbar, there is a little message icon, which is the chat box. And we'll use that chat box just to kind of put some examples of what a crisis might look like for your client. So let us know an example and what type of crisis is happening. And we'll do so through the chat box. I have the chat box here right in front of me, and we'll kind of share some of those examples as we think about what does this look like. So we have housing or food crisis, right? Being those situational crises that may be occurring, a suicidal thought, existential crisis, and overdosing being another potential situational or existential crisis. We have war being an ecosystemic crisis, right? Self-harm being a situational crisis where I'm so overwhelmed, I don't know who I am, I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Another example put here is the death of a family member being existential, right? Who am I without this loved one? Who am I without their support, without their love, their care? We have domestic violence in the house, being perhaps a situational crisis where we are really wondering about how we're going to ever be able to escape the situation, if this is what our life is going to be forever. We have some mental illnesses such as depression occurring, familial trafficking. So these are really great examples of what a crisis can look like when a client is experiencing something, right? And many of these examples, we also see the overlap of what trauma may look like and how it can easily become something that has an impact on our mental, physical, emotional, and psychological well-being. So I appreciate you all for your participation in helping to identify what some of those things look like. So what we'll do next is look at trauma, right? Really help to understand, what does trauma mean? This is a term that's been thrown around for pretty decent amount of time recently, and oftentimes we think of it as just an experience. So what we want to do today is make sure you understand what trauma is and how to recognize it when you see it, right? And so one of the things that we want to be mindful of is that trauma is your physiological or your body's response, right, to stress or some type of situation that compromises your safety. And so when we think about safety, we're looking at something called the sanctuary model. And this sanctuary model is created by a woman named Sandra Bloom and colleagues. Sandra Bloom was a psychiatrist for about 20-something years who worked primarily on inpatient units. And she and her colleagues noticed that the individuals who were coming in to the inpatient unit oftentimes had very significant trauma histories or experiences of overwhelming stress. And in that process, they would be discharged, but would recently or very likely come right back within months of each other, right? And so what they did was they identified, how do we create safety when we think about that first phase of safety and stabilization? How do we create safety for individuals? And they identified 4 areas of safety specifically that create a non-violent environment, right? And so we're going to look at these 4 different areas of safety, because understanding what safety threats are for yourself as a professional, as well as for your clients or your colleagues, your children, or any human for that matter, it really helps us to understand the triggers that we may be seeing with our clients, right? It really helps us to understand why our clients are behaving in the way they're behaving or not behaving. Sometimes clients will shut down, right? Sometimes they won't follow through and it appears that they're disengaged. So these safety threats or these areas of safety are really going to help us to form realistic expectations and help us to build a trauma-informed lens where we can have compassion with what it is that we're seeing. I oftentimes use an example of a trauma-informed lens making a difference in the way in which we perceive, but let's say a child being misbehaving, right? So let's say we have a child in a room and they are misbehaving and having to be constantly redirected. Most often as an adult, we might see this child as just being very disobedient or or trying us and, just trying our authority and disrespectful. But with a trauma-informed care lens, understanding, it gives us an understanding that there is a safety threat that's present and this child actually needs help regulating, right? So that's the difference in the lens that we're putting on when we're looking at what does safety look like for our clients? How does understanding the different safety threats help us to understand the triggers that our clients are experiencing, as well as the triggers that we are experiencing as humans specifically. So as we walk through these, I'm going to give some examples, but I want to call your attention again to paying attention to your body, your mind, and your energy levels as we discuss what these different safety threats may look like. I'll give a lot of examples from the perspective of the professional, because one of the very important first steps, is for us as professionals to recognize how our stress response system is being turned on, because we are not exempt from that having the full access to our prefrontal cortex. So we also have to be mindful of regulating our own stress responses, because as professionals in the social service field, we naturally have lots and lots of stressors happening at work, but we're also human, right? And as humans, there's so much stress happening in this world right now. And so it's important to have compassion for ourselves and our colleagues so that we are better able to create a healing and trauma-informed environment or organization program for our clients. So the first type of safety we're going to talk about is called our moral safety. And so when you consider your moral safety, I want you to think about whether or not your values are aligned with what you're doing, what you're seeing, what you're being asked to do, or what you're hearing about, right? So there's a disconnect between our values and what's going on internally or externally. So as a professional, one of the primary examples I think many people can relate to is sitting in a staff meeting and being told about perhaps a new policy or procedure that we know as frontline workers is going to have a negative impact on our clients. And in that moment, we may feel a moral safety threat occurring because we disagree with how this policy and procedure is going to impact the clients in a negative light, or impact our work with our clients in a negative light, right? Another example, just as a human and thinking about what's happening in this world right now, would be the different racial injustices that we see happening, right? Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are melanated and are being harmed and not getting any sort of justice. And that may be a moral safety threat, right? When we're seeing injustice happen for a reason around phenotypes or sexual orientation, where basically a human is being mistreated because of something that is perceived to be whatever it may be for that perception for that person mistreating them, but essentially our value of justice, of humanity, of respect, that not being present may cause a moral safety threat. So when you think about these moral safety threats, consider for yourself, what are your values? What is important to you, right? Especially given that coming into social services, it's very clear that you value humanity, right? That you value compassion and helping people. And when we understand what our values are, it really helps us to understand when things are happening in our world or we're hearing about, why it may trigger our stress responses. So if you like to pop back into our chat box here and kind of think about what might be an example of a safety threat for a professional, a moral safety threat for a professional. Again, the chat box can be accessed at the bar at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Remembering that these moral safety threats have to do with the misalignment of our values and the behaviors of ourselves or others. We have an anti-gay mindset within the organization. Yes, that's totally a big moral safety threat. Turning clients away because of fees, also another moral safety threat, right? Where accessibility, especially for the most vulnerable, should be possible. Fear of gang retaliation is another good moral physical safety, or as an example of physical safety threat, but also moral safety threat when we think about how the violence is being used in that process of retaliation, getting too involved in the issue, having to evict the client from housing. So when we have to do things that we disagree with, right, those are moral safety threats that will happen for the professional. Knowing how a coworker or other worker should be treating a client, but seeing them not do that, right? So watching someone abuse their power or mistreat someone because of their role can be another example of a moral safety threat. And then the final one I'll read here before going on to the next is targeting the wrong population to meet grant needs. So we come into an organization with the intentions on serving a particular population, and we have to manipulate things, and it doesn't feel good, it feels icky, right? And so maybe it's because of the dishonesty, perhaps it's because of the lack of access to services for those we intended to work with. But again, remembering that these moral safety threats have to do with our values and a misalignment with what we're seeing or doing. All right, so when we go on to the next safety threat, we may see, let's see here. Be patient for the clicker to take us to our next slide, which will outline our social safety threats. So while the computer is catching up with us, I'll begin to describe to you what social safety is. Social safety is essentially your comfort level, with being your authentic self, right? I'm a Moorish American Muslim, and oftentimes I may wrap my turban. Do I feel safe and comfortable walking into a professional setting with my turban wrapped, right? As a woman, and an Asiatic woman, when I express my disagreements and within meetings, am I going to be perceived as an angry Black woman, or am I going to be perceived as a professional who is just passionate and advocating for my clients, right? So these may be some examples of what some professional social safety threats may look like, whereby my authentic self is not able to be expressed, or it's not safe to express myself, my thoughts, my views, the way I dress, right? All these things, whatever goes into being you, because we are such complex beings, right? So if you have a challenge at work or at home or in the community where you cannot fully be yourself and be accepted within that setting, that is going to compromise your social safety. And as humans, well, we are naturally social creatures, and the connectivity and interactions that we have being such a paramount to our life satisfaction and our health, social safety threats are very, very, very common, and something that we may see within our clients as well as within our colleagues. And recall that these safety threats, while we're discussing them from the context presently of professionals, these safety threats are also applicable for children, for elders, for professionals, non-professionals. This is applicable for all humans, because we all have the same autonomic nervous system, which is activated when there is a compromisation to our safety or a loss of safety, right? The other piece that's really important to be mindful of is that these safety threats may be real or perceived. Why does that matter? It matters because our brain the same neural pathways will light up whether I'm thinking about it or it's actually happening, right? And so my body is responding as though it's actually occurring. So it's very important that we're being very, very compassionate and thoughtful about the different potential safety threats that may arise for our clients, our colleagues, and ourselves, so that we can have the compassion necessary to de-escalate the activation of the stress response system. So in the chat box, once again, let's hear about some different social safety threats that may occur within the professional setting. Social environments that have invisible disabilities. Assume political affiliation due to faith. Yes. Unable to let my feelings about a situation be known. Those are all excellent examples. Someone with a lot of tattoos or piercings. Yes. Am I going to be judged because of my expression through tats and piercings? Working with the client who is prejudiced against their sexual identity. That is a super big social safety threat that does not feel comfortable, right? Faith-based choices and healthcare choices. Another really great example of a social safety threat, and potentially a moral safety threat. Being treated different for being gay at work. Definitely, right? So when your identity becomes the reason for how you're being treated, that's definitely going to compromise our social safety threat, right? So our social safety is something that is very, very important, and something that we all want to consider when we're creating a trauma-informed environment. How do we create social safety for our colleagues as well as for our clients? People wanting to carry guns and work through the Second Amendment. Not being able to talk about a spirituality that is different than the norm due to historical biases that are untrue. So not being able to express your opinions or your viewpoints. We have an abortion issue, right? Not those hot topics, right, that are extremely controversial. Is it okay and is it safe for me to express my opinion on these things? These are great examples of how social safety may show up within the professional setting, right? Again, remembering how important it is for us to understand our triggers so that we're able to regulate and address the needs that are being shown and the boundaries that are being shown through the safety threats happening in the forefront. These are excellent examples. Immigration will be the final example I'll read, right? Where I am perhaps assumed to be an immigrant because, or assumed to not have a particular status, right? Because of my phenotypes or how I speak, and not being accepted or not being respected because of these things, right? Or having expectations because of my nationality, right? Those are some really great examples of what social safety will look like for the professional. Or expecting to be the spokesperson for a particular nationality or group of people. So this third one that we're going to talk about is called psychological or mental safety, right? And this is when we have unhelpful thoughts about ourselves, about the world, or about others. And what's really important here is understanding how important our interactions are in creating the mental safety. Because oftentimes the way we think about the world, the way we think about ourselves is contingent upon our relationships with our caregivers, our family members, then when we get to school, our teachers and our peers, right? So there is an understanding that we may have thoughts that are shaming, right? You should have done this. You should have known better. You are never going to be enough, right? There may be some shaming thoughts. Sometimes we might have racing thoughts when my brain is just going so quickly. I can't really keep up. I'm thinking about all the worst case scenarios, right? This is another example of a mental safety threat. We may have intrusive thoughts where I'm at home attempting to enjoy my family, have dinner, and I keep thinking about what happened with the client at work and the horrible things and circumstances that they have going on, right? It may be some intrusive thoughts where I'm thinking about memories, clients that are compromising my mental safety, right? And these things are very, very common, and we can understand and see mental safety threats based on how a person expresses themselves, right? They might say something that indicates that there's a mental safety, right? They might say like, I can't make mistakes, right? It's not okay for me to make mistakes. Maybe another mental safety threat where I have this really big expectation. And for those of us that are trained as clinicians, when we think about mental safety, you can think about those cognitive distortions or the way in which our thinking patterns are unhelpful in the way that we're perceiving the world. So I'm going to again open the floor for our chat box around what does mental safety perhaps look like for yourself when you're thinking of within this professional field, or for another professional, right? The imposter syndrome, right? What do those thoughts look like for us? Recognizing that our social safety may be a little triggered right now. So I thank you all ahead of time for your participation as you think about this. So we have perception of being the only member of a certain group or others being categorized. Vicarious trauma concerns, constantly kind of thinking about what I'm seeing, what's happening. I should have caught that. Being annoyed with yourself or frustrated with yourself because there was a detail that maybe you didn't recognize within your case. I don't have enough experience to be helpful to others. I think that's a very common one. Thinking that I could have, it's going so fast. Let's see, scroll back up. You are giving excellent examples. Oh gosh. I'm never being taken seriously. Another really great one. I wish I didn't have to see that child pass away, and continuously thinking about how this could have been prevented, right? Another really great example. Defining sensitivity and honesty. So how we're thinking about things, right? How we're thinking about our roles as professionals, how we're thinking about how we're supposed to show up and what our expectations are of ourselves, of other people, and of the world. Right, these are all really great examples of mental safety threat. And I love that we brought in vicarious trauma, because oftentimes seeing and experiencing people who have overwhelming experiences of chronic stress can compromise our mental safety, right? Where we now are anticipating that the world and other people are unsafe. And that can be very, very distressing, right? Some other examples might include hallucinations or paranoia for clients, or even for particular professionals, right? Okay, so these are all really great examples. I'm going to go on to our fourth type of safety threats. These are being given in no particular order. They all are equally important. And one thing that's also important to note is that there may be an overlap of these things, right? And so as professionals, when we hear a potential safety threat or a flag for a safety threat, that gives us an understanding and a cue to process and explore a little bit more with the clients to help understand what particularly is being threatened, right? Because what we want to do when we understand the trigger, it tells us how to help our clients the best, right? So this final one is called our physical safety. And this is oftentimes what we think about when we consider safety, right? So this is when our physical body feels threatened, but you also want to think about your basic needs like food and shelter and adequate clothing, right? Do we have those things that we need for our physical body to be safe? Do we have access to healthcare? Do we have access to clean water, right? When we think about the dirty water in Flint several years later, that's not only a moral safety threat, but also a physical safety threat, because water is essential to human survival, right? And so we all can also think about things such as chronic illness or injury. Chronic pain is something that often comes up with trauma, and oftentimes it's kind of hard to even identify because of the connection of the automatic nervous system and our health, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So again, these physical safety threats look like our basic needs being met for our physical wellness, right? And if these things are not being met, then there may be a compromisation. So wonderful. Mary's already kicked us off with some examples. So in the chat box, let us know what might be some examples. Mary says hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, earthquakes. Yes, 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 right? Those are ecosystemic crises that may occur that are outside of our control, and those are going to compromise our safety, right? Not only may it destroy our homes and our shelter, it may destroy the grocery stores we have access to food, but it also may harm our bodies depending on how the natural disaster is impacting the environment we're in. We have COVID-19 protocol not being followed by staff and clients. Most certainly, right? There is especially with the surge of cases that we're seeing right now, not seeing people follow these protocols, not wash their hands, et cetera, can be extremely, extremely distressing for a person to think about, am I going to get sick? Are you spreading germs, right? Visiting client in unsafe neighborhoods, another really great example, right? A lot of us oftentimes have to go and do home visits or are in communities specifically for accessibility that may not be the safest. And that would definitely compromise our physical safety at times. HIV clients who have HIV not practicing protocols. So how does that impact me when I'm interacting as a professional with this client? That's an excellent example as well. Or how are they impacting the other people that they're interacting with, right? Violent outbursts in settings without security. Most certainly. Most certainly. And so as we look at these examples, we're thinking about how certain situations and reactions of other people can compromise our felt sense of safety in our bodies, right? Outside of things like food, water, and shelter is also how are other people behaving, right? That can definitely have a significant impact on our well-being. So we are going to go into our first activity. Before we do that, I want to make sure that all of these safety threats make sense to you. So are there any questions around what these different safety threats are or how we use them before we go into our activity where we'll practice noticing these different safety threats for our clients? We can use the chat box function for any questions or clarity that we may have prior to going into our first activity for the afternoon. Okay, so there are no questions. So we will go into a breakout session for 15 minutes. We're going to be in the breakout group for 15 minutes. Let me get us to our next slide. And this particular exercise, I'm going to explain the instructions to you. Then we're going to make sure you have what you need in order to complete the activity, and then we'll break out for 15 minutes. You'll be in groups of about 7 people. And in that group, we ask that you participate and engage with each other so that this learning activity is fruitful for everyone, right? Part of one of the things we want to do is make sure we're engaging and interacting with the material so that we have a higher likelihood of recalling it later, and most importantly, using it when we're engaging with our clients in de-escalating situations. So for this particular activity, there is a link that has been dropped in the chat box for everyone, okay? And in that chat box, you're gonna click this link. And when you click the link, it's going to take you to a different window. The different window that you're going to go to is going to come up different electronic flashcards that will have a prompt. And it's going to prompt you to recognize a potential safety threat. So in your group, you're going to read the prompt and guess which safety threat is present. After your group has had an opportunity to answer the prompt, you'll flip the card and you'll see if you're correct, and it'll give you an explanation around that. So again, remembering that the chat link is in, or the link is in the chat box. It will take you to a different video, but it will not close out Zoom. You'll still be in Zoom. You'll still be able to have the discussion with your peers, even if you're looking at the actual prompts itself. You'll still be in your room. And what you'll have to do, depending on what device you're using, is then navigate back to the Zoom window by opening your tabs or by clicking a different tab, depending on which device, in order to navigate yourself back to the Zoom call. Now, we are going to, again, break out into 7 groups. The prompt right here will be on your screen, so you'll be able to see it. But essentially, you're going to read the prompt on the electronic flashcard, flip it, and see if you're correct. We are practicing noticing and recognizing safety threats. Is it a physical safety threat, a moral safety threat, a physical safety threat, or a social safety threat? Okay, so I'll see you all here again in 15 minutes. And after that, we will take a break. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your participation and your breakout rooms. Do we have any thoughts, reflections, or questions that came up from this activity? We can either use the chat box or you can unmute your device if you feel comfortable doing so. Thank you, Sharika. I'm glad that you enjoyed the activity and practicing note of or recognition of the different stress responses. Okay, so what's really, really important, right, is to, let's see, we weren't able to collectively do the activity. Okay, coming up with our own examples was really awesome. Financial barriers could be an additional safety threat. Financial barriers typically may fall into the domain of physical safety threats, mainly because when we think about finances, this is the way in which we're able to take care of ourselves by providing shelter, food, and clothing. And then another point was that some of the scenarios were more than one safety threat, which I absolutely love when people recognize, right? Because there is oftentimes an overlap of safety and how we identify whether or not it's one safety area or another, or sometimes multiple, is through further exploration, right? So later on, we'll talk about how do we use some different forms of questions in order to kind of get at and understand for your particular client or yourself, what is really going on? Right? So that's a really great point. They definitely do overlap oftentimes, and oftentimes there's more than one that may be present in the process with them. Monica mentioned the domino effect of potential safety issues, right? How one safety issue, such as a physical safety threat, can maybe lead to a mental safety threat, which can maybe lead to a social safety threat, et cetera, right? And so for us as professionals, what's really important is that we recognize that there is a reason why our clients are responding in the way that they're responding, right? Or any human for that matter. But especially when we're in a crisis situation and someone has the automatic nervous system or their safety stress response system activated, that there is going to be a reason why. All human behavior has a function and a purpose. And so what we're going to do next is get ready to go on a break. And when we come back from that break, we'll begin to look at what happens once our stress response system is triggered, right? We understand that there are 4 types of safety threats that occur within either a crisis or a trauma, and that in both of those scenarios, the safety threat will activate the stress response system. So when we get back from our break, we will discuss what these different stress responses look like, and more importantly, what the automatic nervous system is and how that is going to impact the different techniques that we are going to use, and as it relates to de-escalating situations and creating trauma-informed organizations and programs. So I really appreciate everybody for their participation and for their commitment to trauma-informed care. I look forward to continuing on this afternoon. So what we'll do now is take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and continue with understanding more around the stress response system itself, how to recognize the different stress responses within ourselves and within our clients, so that in that latter half of the afternoon, we're able to then really look at what does crisis intervention look like and what are some specific techniques that we can use that are trauma informed and specifically impacting the neurobiological pathways in a way that creates post-traumatic resiliency, in a way that prevents re-traumatization, and in a way that de-escalates crisis. So I'll see you all back here again in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back everybody from your break. So we will continue on with the second half of our afternoon. You can expect to have another break and several more activities that we'll engage in. So what we are going to be discussing next is understanding the stress response system, right? We talked a lot about what trauma and crisis is, but now we want to understand what does the stress response system look like when a threat to our safety is present, right? Remembering that the safety threats may be either real or perceived, meaning that we must be mindful, compassionate, and responsive to a client expressing a safety threat that may or may not be physically present or relevant in your mind, or something that you can actually see happening, right? Why? Because the neural pathways of the brain is still lighting up, even though that the perception or the threat may not be present. And what happens with trauma is that the automatic nervous system is activated and under a chronic and overwhelming activation specifically, right? So when we think about the stress response system, our goal as professionals is not to avoid making people triggered or to avoid the activation of the automatic nervous system, because there is a such thing as healthy and tolerable stress, right? Similarly, there's absolutely no possible way that we can avoid all triggers, especially when we think about how all these safety threats may overlap and how subjective the experience of stress may be. Nonetheless, understanding this automatic nervous system is extremely important because it helps us to better recognize the stress responses, the behaviors, the thoughts, and the lack of actions that occur when one is underneath the stress response system. So this automatic nervous system, we're looking at something called the polyvagal theory, which was created by Stephen Porges. And what we are looking at is how do we understand the different branches of the automatic nervous system as it relates to the human's need to survive, right? The brain's number one purpose is survival. Number one purpose is survival, which is why safety and stabilization has to always be our top priority. Similarly, it's important to understand that the automatic nervous system is responsible for our respiratory system, our immune system, our limbic system, our emotional system, our digestive system, and our reproductive system. All of these basic needs or systems that govern to make sure that we stay alive, that we don't have to think about, they are all directly impacted and governed by this automatic nervous system. So this is why we see a correlation between physical ailments and mental ailments in connection with trauma or experiences of overwhelming stress, making it very imperative as professionals that we are mindful of when someone is activated in their stress response system so that it does not become trauma, or at the very least, we're not re-traumatizing a person, but instead, while those neural pathways are activated, being able to deactivate it by pulling them into their ventral vagal nerve. So what we'll do is watch a video that explains the human stress response system, remembering that every human has a stress response system. It doesn't matter the age, the nationality, the position, the socioeconomic status. Every human, young and old, has an automatic nervous system, and it is in fact developing within that first 2 years of life. So we're going to watch a video, and then we'll discuss more in depth what each stress response looks like before we go into an activity. I'm just waiting for the computer to catch up with the click. There we are.
Humans, like all species, have self-protective mechanisms to help us survive. Our fight, flight, or freeze survival response, the FFF for short, is designed to mobilize our brain and body to fight an enemy, run from an avalanche, or freeze to hide from a predator. Our brain sometimes misinterprets safe situations as dangerous and can set off false alarms. When the amygdala, our brain's watchdog, senses and barks danger, our body enters survival mode quicker than our rational mind can react, leaving it trying to figure out why we feel in mortal danger. When the FFF alarm is sounded, we start to breathe more quickly and shallow, causing hyperventilation, and our heart starts beating very fast. These changes can cause strong chest pain, which many people interpret as symptoms of a heart attack, when in fact it's just a result of the FFF activation, which can be relieved through breathing exercises. As a way of getting you ready for action, blood is diverted towards the major muscle groups. Blood flows away from our digestive system, causing the bladder to relax, and we might feel the need to pee. The mouth goes dry, nausea can occur, and we get the butterflies feeling in our stomach. Blood also rushes from extremities, leaving us with cold hands, but often sweaty palms as the action-ready body starts sweating to avoid overheating. Legs and hands can start trembling and feel weak, while tension starts building in big muscles like the thighs, neck, and shoulders. In our head, FFF alarms cause our brain to focus on negative memories, probably so it can scan them to avoid danger and negative outcomes. We get tunnel vision as our pupils dilate to increase our focus and long vision, but as a result, we lose our peripheral vision. FFF activation also reduces our ability to recognize differences in facial expressions. Too much oxygen and too little CO2 can result in dizziness or lightheadedness, which many people interpret as signs that they might faint. But because fainting is caused by a drastic drop in blood pressure, and because the FFF increases both our heart rate and blood pressure, it's nearly impossible to faint when this happens. Over time, depression, anxiety, and high levels of stress all harm the brain's ability to slow or cancel false FFF activations, causing them to happen more often. Knowing the symptoms of false activations makes it easier to recognize and reduce their effects. At Tanky Boxing, you can learn both.
Hi, do we see a false activation or false alarms going off, right? So when we talked about trauma being the chronic activation, what occurs when we're experiencing chronic overwhelming stress is our brain, the amygdala specifically, is bypassing something we call the hippocampus, which is essentially where our brain transmutes our information from short-term to long-term memory, right? So what occurs is your brain decides I am unsafe, and so I'm going to immediately go over to the amygdala and tap into a fight, freeze, or fawn response. And when that happens, our brain is only scanning the environment within our five senses, right? So it may be an internal sensation, such as a strong emotion that may occur that may cause some sensations or whatnot. It may be that we have ourselves experiencing internal, external responses as well. So these responses are occurring because the brain does not look at all of those different nuances, but instead at the senses. So it could be a sight, it can be a sound, it can be a touch, it can be what we hear, right? Almost anything can trigger a person depending on how the brain has perceived that environment. Sometimes it's a tone of voice, sometimes it's a facial expression, but it's happening so quickly that oftentimes it's outside of our conscious awareness, right? So as professionals, when we recognize the fight, freeze, and fawn responses, it helps us to understand that there was a trigger that occurred within those five senses at some point in time because of the activation of the automatic nervous system, right? And we can then help to normalize the response that our clients are having, but also help to reduce our stress around why our clients are experiencing what they're experiencing, so that we're able to choose realistic expectations and realistic interventions to utilize to help assist our clients. So what we'll do here is I'm going to give you more detail around the two different branches of the automatic nervous system. And so typically, as I mentioned before, having our automatic nervous system activated in and of itself is not a bad thing, right? We may have healthy stress and we may have tolerable stress. That healthy stress motivates us and gets us up to do well. Whereas that tolerable stress may be something that's a little bit is having a significant impact on us, but we know there's an end date and we know we can get through and we have the resources to get through and manage what's going on. On the contrary, it becomes very chronic or overwhelming or toxic in the moment when our system is constantly activated. We're constantly having false alarms. We're constantly in the stress response system, which is why it's so important that as social service professionals, we're mindful of what's happening within our bodies, because we're being triggered all day, every day nearly with all of those safety threats that come up from not only our own stuff, but also from the experiences of our clients, the experiences of the social context that we're navigating as social workers, right? Clinicians and social service professionals. So when the stress response system is activated, typically the sympathetic system is the first point of action, okay? And the sympathetic branch of the automatic nervous system is responsible for the fight and flight responses. Now, the fight or flight responses you can think of as high energy, right? Those behaviors and things that are intended to respond to the safety threat that's present. So specifically, the fight response includes those thoughts and behaviors that are intended to fight off whatever the safety threat is, right? Remembering the safety threat may be real or perceived. So this may look like someone having racing thoughts, having insomnia, having restlessness. It can even look like different pain and discomfort, such as having stomach aches, not having an appetite. It may be verbal aggression. It may be physical aggression, right? These are fight responses. So those behaviors and thoughts that are intended to respond to the threat itself. Even perfectionism, right? My attempt to correct and to prevent things from going outside of my control is another fight response, right? Where we're attempting to control that threat through some of these behaviors, right? Whereas on the contrary, if we feel as though if our brain assesses that we are unable to fight off the threat, right? Rather it be because of a lack of energy or proximity to the threat or past experiences with the threat, we may go into what's called a flight response, which is also activated by the sympathetic nervous system. And this is when we have a thought or a behavior that is intended to do exactly as it says, fight or flee the threat itself, right? So it may look like procrastination. It may look like denial. It may look like, so many flight responses. It may look like not completing your paperwork, right? Avoiding doing an assignment, right? These are some different ways that things can manifest themselves on a flight response. But essentially you ask yourself, is this behavior, is the function intended to fight off or to flee the threat? If it is, then more than likely you are seeing a sympathetic stress response or a fight and flight response, okay? Now it's important to understand that this is the high energy type responses, right? Because sometimes it's not as necessary to say, oh, this is a fight or flight. However, when we see that it's a high energy response to a situation, we can bet that they're in their sympathetic nervous system. Now, the sympathetic nervous system has a counterpart called the parasympathetic nervous system, which has two branches within that one branch, okay? Now, the first branch I'm going to talk about is the ventral vagal nerve, which is responsible for regulation, right? This is what we will be manipulating when we begin discussing the different de-escalation techniques. This is this is the branch that we are manipulating when we discuss the use of trauma-informed care. So the ventral vagal nerve is essentially like an off switch, right? Ideally, once the threat has subsided, such as a tiger has come and I'm able to flee it, right, running out of the room because I'm closer to the door, or fight it off because it's a smaller tiger and I have all this adrenaline rushing through my body. Once this threat subsides, there's going to be an off switch. The ventral vagal nerve will say, okay, we no longer need to be in this survival mode. So now we can go back to our rest and digest. So the ventral vagal nerve is responsible for intimacy, responsible for connection, responsible for relaxation, and responsible for that calm period of where we have a baseline, okay? Now, when the ventral vagal nerve is not activated, there is another part of the parasympathetic branch that may become activated, which is included in our stress response system. And these are the freeze and fawn responses. So on the contrary of the sympathetic responses being more high energy, the parasympathetic freeze and fawn responses, which is governed by the dorsal vagal nerve, is more of a low energy, right? This is like depression and having lethargy and fatigue. So the freeze responses are those of when we are literally just not responding to what's happening, right? We've kind of shut down in response to this threat. So this may look like staring off into space, like daydreaming or having memory lapse and things that may happen. This may also a freeze response may also be just shutting down, right? Where we're kind of just balled up in a corner or in our bed somewhere, just don't have the energy to get up. Whereas the fawn responses are those surrendering responses, right? So they're both intended to respond to or respond to the stress response or the trigger, but they're doing so in a way that does not include fighting or fleeing, but instead the opposite, where there's less energy being extended towards fighting or fleeing. And this happens because either we've been up for too high, right? What comes up must come down. So if I'm anxious, and fight and flight, naturally I'm going to lose fuel. I'm going to lose energy, right? So I may go into a freeze and fawn response. Another reason you may be in this freeze or fawn response is because your brain has perceived, based on current and or past experiences, that there's really nothing that you can do to fight or flee this particular response. So this may look like, in the surrendering fawn response, us perhaps not saying anything in a meeting, that because we don't, it's just going to fall on deaf ears and it's a waste of time, because staff or administration is going to tell us, oh, they can't do it because of budgeting and all these other reasons. Right? It may look like people pleasing, where I'm overextending and saying yes to things because it's difficult for me to say no, right? That can be another fawn response. Another example of fawning may be self-blame or justification of the behavior or the threat that has occurred, right? Where it was my fault. If I had just done this differently, if I had just done that differently, or thought that, or not been there, right? I'm surrendering to the threat in and of itself, okay? So these are the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses that may happen when we experience a safety threat that is either a real or perceived threat to our physical, mental, social, or moral safety, right? Or possibly more than one of those safety areas. So anytime our safety is compromised, we will find ourselves as humans, young and old, experiencing an activation of the stress response system. And as professionals, understanding the stress response system gives you the capacity to choose realistic expectations and choose the best intervention possible to help de-escalate and pull your client or pull the other human you're dealing with back into their ventral vagal nerve, where they're able to access their prefrontal cortex, their thinking, their problem solving, their inhibition, their value systems, where they can think clearly and answer questions and kind of plan and execute plans, right? So we want to be mindful of when a person is outside of what we call their window of tolerance in this fight, freeze, and fawn response. That's not the time to give a whole bunch of information. That's not the time to ask a whole bunch of questions, right? At that point in time, we want to help our clients to regulate, and we're going to talk very in detail and momentarily about how to pull our clients into that ventral vagal nerve in a way that is free, right? Because all too often, unfortunately, in social services, our budgets do not reflect what we need to have the resources to engage our clients. So today, we will discuss de-escalation techniques that are free to you, but that pull, nonetheless, your client into their ventral vagal nerve, so that we are able to promote post-traumatic resiliency, so that we are able to de-escalate crisis, and so that we are able to prevent a crisis from turning into trauma, right? So these are our goals in using the ventral vagal nerve, and it can be utilized across different settings. So before we go on into talking about what trauma-informed care looks like in these specific techniques of using the ventral vagal nerve, we are going to participate in another activity where we're going to go into a breakout room again for 15 minutes. Okay, let's do 20 minutes. We're going to a breakout room for 20 minutes where you'll be with another 7 people, more than likely a different group. It is very important that we are present and engage in this process so that there's social safety, right? Thinking about the safety that we want to have present within our virtual room, so that we can all begin to engage with this information, so that we feel comfortable and competent and being able to acknowledge and recognize when we're seeing a stress response system. Right. And what we've been talking about all afternoon is how important it is for the professional to recognize the stress responses, not only for their clients, but also for themselves. Right. Because similarly to our clients, if we are in a fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response and don't recognize this, we're not going to be able to effectively execute the intervention that we're selecting. Right. Or perhaps we may perceive the responses of our clients in ways that are more or less false alarms because of our past experiences with being overwhelmed. So in our breakout groups, this is what we will do. We will make a list. You will all break out into groups of 7. In that group, you're going to create a list. You're going to take a paper. So choose someone who's going to be your scribe. You're going to take a piece of paper and divide it into 2 columns. One column will be the professional. One column will be for your clients. Okay. And in each column, you are going to come up with 5 or more examples of what a fight, flight, or freeze and fawn response will look like. Okay. So it's okay if so the list may be a combination of fight and freeze responses, and that's totally okay. What's important is that we recognize a stress response when we see it, okay? So remembering that the safety threats are those things that are compromising our safety, whereas the stress responses are the reactions that we have to the safety threats or the things that are compromising our safety, right? So they're thoughts and their behaviors that are occurring in response to safety threats. The fight response is to fight off the response. The flight response is to flee the response or avoid it. The freeze response is literally stopping and not having the energy or the ability to respond, like oversleeping. And the fawn response is a surrender, right? So when we think about what this looks like for our clients, think about the challenges that you might experience with your clients or those moments where you're really frustrated with your clients. And 9 times out of 10, you can identify that challenge that you're noticing is actually a stress response system, right? Or a stress response. And then you're also going to look at it for the professional, right? Because you are also human. You are also impacted by stress, not only of the stress of the environment you're working in, but your personal life, as well as what you're hearing from your clients. So we want to be mindful of what your personal stress responses may look like as well. So I'll provide a couple of examples of what it may look like for a professional. A fight response for a professional may look like a client, breathe. Get really excited about this content. I can talk about it with you for hours. So in a fight response, we may have like a stomach ache. When I was working as a trauma therapist at La Rabida Child Hospital, one of the things that I noticed was that every Wednesday prior to our staff meeting, I had a stomach ache. Actually, my colleague helped me notice it, but I had a stomach ache, and that was a fight response. Another day, when I pulled up to a domestic violence shelter when I was directing a children's program there, then a transitional living program, there was so much stress happening within this organization that as I pulled up to the gate to enter into the housing units, my adrenaline began rushing immediately upon just pulling up, right? Demonstrating to us that the sight and the physical presence of being in that proximity of the building where the stress is, it turned on and triggered my stress response system, okay? A fight response may be avoiding doing our paperwork or not doing our notes because, we have to rethink about all of the things that we went through today and it might be overwhelming. Or maybe doing a closing report on a client who had a really difficult case. Another fight response could possibly, for a professional, be that you are avoiding your supervisor or avoiding taking on any additional tasks, right? These are just some examples of what a professional fight and fight response may look like, whereas that freeze and fawn response that's mentioned earlier may be us just not participating at all in the meetings. Maybe we're checked out and we're doodling the entire meeting, perhaps, right? That may be a professional response, or we are not participating in the discussion or the problem solving that's happening, okay? Whereas for our clients, it is going to look more like specifically those challenges, those behaviors, those thoughts and responses that our clients have within our program, such as not engaging in services or having verbal aggression or accusing you of things, okay? So again, we're going into a breakout room for 20 minutes where you will discuss what 5 or more examples, concrete examples, look like for professionals versus for your clients, okay? Coming up with thoughts, behaviors that are specific to the responses that we have to our triggers, not the triggers themselves, but the actual responses that we may have via a thought or a behavior. Before we go into this breakout room, do we have any questions about the instructions? Okay, so once you get there, identify who's going to be your scribe, divide that column, labeling it client, professional and go ahead and create your list amongst each other. If you come up with more than 5, excellent, right? And we'll see you again in 20 minutes. Thanks for your participation. All right, so welcome back, everyone, and thank you so very much for your participation in your breakout rooms as you identified some concrete examples of what the fight, flight, and freeze or fawn response may look like for the professional and the client alike, right? All too often, our first go-to is to want to support and assist our clients, completely forgetting about ourselves as a professional. So I'm going to ask that whomever scribed or feels comfortable sharing, if we can hear some of the examples that you all identified for the professional, and then we'll go into some examples for our clients. Use a chat box function. So we have zoning out, absenteeism, calling out. Those are those freeze and fawn responses. Firing clients. So that's like an avoidance type of thing. Arguing, disagreeing, fight response. Missing work, physical illness, being late, right? Missing work, being late. Those are kind of like avoidance techniques or avoidance flight responses. We have advocacy bordering on arguing, those fight responses. We have the flight response being a fearing bees and running. Yes, especially if you're at a home visit, right? And there's some bees around that door, that community. At the extreme, suicidal ideation or planning. And that would be a fight response sort of thing that's kind of happening, or flight response depending on how far they are into planning when they're trying to avoid the life and the pain that they're experiencing. Avoiding group sessions if uncomfortable with public speaking, another great example of how professionals may show up. We have anxiousness and crying after difficult meetings, right? Those are some more fight responses that are occurring. A freeze response given here by Helga, someone throws a baseball. Oh boy, I lost Helga's. It's moving a little too fast. Okay, I'm sorry, Helga. Flight response, we have, I'm just looking for a couple of different ones. We have a lot of great examples popping up into the chat box here around how fight, flight, freeze, fawn responses may show up for professionals. Our minds going blank, right? Sometimes like, oh, I know the answer to this question, but I can't think clearly, right? That freeze and fawn response. We have impatience, defensiveness, being annoyed, sarcastic, or snarky attitude, right? Those people where we might ask ourselves, why are they in social services? Those are some fight responses that are occurring, right? Crossing our own boundaries, a fawn response. Frustration over tech problems in a meeting. Most definitely fight responses. Positioning self to be able to escape close quarters, right? Wanting to sit near the door. Those are some fight responses. Thank you, Helga. She said a baseball was thrown and the person was the baseball, but froze and the friend pushed the person away, right? So there's a freeze response with that ball coming really clear. And then there is that fight response happening in the push and the aggression of move. I don't want to be hit with you, right? Prioritizing easier clients is another here. So it might be a fight response, right? Where I want to avoid those clients that kind of question, like compromise or challenge my competency or challenge my emotional regulation and the engagement aspects of things. So these are all some really great examples of what the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn response may look like for the professional. Again, remembering that it is okay, normal, and expected for a social service professional to have these responses, okay? So if we think that we're not having these responses, we're experiencing some flight responses where we're avoiding acknowledging the fact that we're impacted by this work. So it's actually really important for trauma-informed and system to be developed that everyone is aware of how their stress responses may show up. Physical symptoms, yes, Brittany, physical symptoms fall into the fight and flight responses more often than not. such as having digestive issues, Crohn's disease, chronic pain, inflammation. Those are all impacted by the sympathetic system, where it's kind of activating things in our bodies, tensing our muscles up, right? Where the purpose behind that is all of these stress hormones are kind of rushing through our bodies to prepare us to fight off the threat. So things like, you know, not recognizing that we got a cut or something to that effect. It's because our body has to prepare so that if we're cut in the, let's say, for instance, your brain doesn't recognize that we're not fighting off like an animal, right? But what happens is, in order to make sure that we don't bleed out, there's a certain adrenaline that's rushing to keep our bodies from bleeding out in the process of us surviving and defending ourselves. I'm a fawning a person who is overly friendly to avoid being harmed. Yes, that's a great example of a fawn response, being overly nice, right? Overly friendly. Okay, so now that we have identified what things will look like for the professional and how important it is that professionals are aware of themselves and that we're not shaming each other or making comments that compromise social safety, we can then begin to collaborate and support each other, as opposed to, you know, causing further safety threats where as professionals, we're forced to ignore the fact that we're being impacted or to feel ashamed that we're being impacted, right? Perhaps a mental safety threat. Am I even cut out for this work because I'm being impacted? Of course you're cut out for this work, right? The fact that you're aware and you're questioning those things actually indicate just that, okay? So let's drop some examples of what a freeze, fawn, flight, or fight response may look like for our clients specifically, especially as we think about those challenges that oftentimes may happen within the social service profession. Let's see here. Yes, Kevin made an excellent point about culture and how culture can affect our analysis of the stress response, such as eye contact not being made. If depending on the culture, it may not be an avoidance or a fight tactic, but instead just a cultural norm, right? So that's where us being partial, we're talking about this trauma-informed care of the history and things, and just the next slide, but it's important that as social service professionals that we are also mindful of those cultural norms that may exist within the community, as to why the stress responses exist, as to why the safety threats exist, but also so that we're not pushing our perspective or viewpoint onto our clients. That was an excellent point. Thank you, Kevin. A client who is in court ordered to remain in the program gets frustrated and walks out of the meeting, right? So that fight response of frustration, walking out of the meeting, flight. Challenging therapist interventions, another fight response, right? Perhaps an avoidance response, depending on the purpose behind the challenge. Typically, they're trying to avoid doing the activity or experiencing the discomfort that comes with the activity. Avoiding sessions, another great fight response. We have yelling, fighting, breaking things, not talking, hiding, laughing, crying, all really great examples of what may occur with our clients, right? Where they may, and it's also going to cause a couple of different responses in us naturally as professionals if someone's yelling at us or throwing things, right? So being mindful of the stress responses helps us to understand and kind of mitigate some of our own responses. We have a question about fawning, asking if this is a natural response or learned behaviors. The fawning, I think it goes both and, where we will fawn in a situation. So for instance, fawning is very, very common with things like interpersonal violence or sexual abuse, where we will have like a disassociative sort of experience where we don't perceive that we're able to get out of it. So there is both learned and natural, right? So there is a nature versus nurture where they really play off of one another, reinforce one another, and interact with one another. That was a really great question, Helga. Submitting to a bribe, we said was fawn. Is that correct? Yes. It sure is. Resisting or delaying engagement in treatment, avoidance. Being emotionally distant, more avoidance or flight responses. Freaking out, a fight response. Agreeing to interventions but not taking actions, definitely a fawn response. Not showing up to their therapy or treatment sessions, avoidance. Fixating on other people's problems. I think that this is one that's pretty common that we may not typically notice as a stress response of a fight and flight response, right? Those racing thoughts, that's a fight response. I'm trying to prevent people from feeling a certain type of way or responding or reacting in a certain way. So I'm constantly cognizant of these things, right? Making excuses for participating or counseling. More avoidance and fight responses. Danielle mentions body language or tone of voice, right? Which is another really, really great one. So if we hear someone's voice kind of like shaking, right? There's some sympathetic stuff going on. If we see someone kind of like folding up or like leaning in, there may be some fawn or freeze responses where I'm leaning because I need connection, or I'm closing off because I am freezing from what's happening. I'm in the present moment. We have hallucinations and delusions, or as an avoidance for fleeing from what is going on in the environment. Definitely a sympathetic response. I feel a migraine coming on. Yes, that is a sympathetic response. Headaches are a real thing. If we think about the video we watched briefly, it talked a lot about what happens to the body, right? How our breathing shifts, how our body starts to send all these hormones and things of that nature, which causes a lot of these physical challenges that people may describe, right? Where there's a tension or there's pain. Pain and inflammation is very, very common because of the sympathetic system. And when we think about trauma or chronic overwhelming stress, later in life, we will begin to see a lot of correlation with a lot of like digestive issues, a lot of respiratory issues. Asthma is very, very common when it comes to experiences of chronic stress. But why? It's because the stress response system is also activated or controlled by the automatic nervous system, which controls all of those major bodily responses. Self-blame and guilt as a freeze and fawn response. Using humor to diminish a situation or not wanting to open up. That's a really great one, James, that kind of describes flight, right? Where I'm going to just, kind of just minimize and brush it off or whatnot, but we're going to avoid this conversation. So that's a really great example of something that we may not recognize as a stress response. All right, excellent. So you guys are doing an amazing job at understanding and recognizing what these stress responses may look like, right? So in summary, so far, we have identified that trauma and crisis may intersect and may precede each other or exacerbate one another. And either or, trauma or crisis, is when there is an activation of the stress response. And we know that the stress response system is activated when there is a compromisation to our safety, right? When our safety is being compromised. So when something we think about, something we care about, something we desire, something we love is being threatened, we may experience a stress response. And once we're able to recognize these stress responses and understand why they exist, and that every human is impacted by chronic stress and can be impacted by chronic stress, we're then able to effectively implement trauma-informed care. So what exactly is trauma-informed care and what does it look like, right? So what we are going to do is look at the SAMHSA model. I absolutely love the SAMHSA model. Is my favorite trauma-informed care model because it can be applied across settings. It can be applied across populations that we're working with. And it's really an inclusive way of thinking about how do we begin to create a more peaceful and humane society. Right. So the 4 components that are identified by SAMHSA is one, to realize this widespread impact of chronic stress and complex trauma. Right. We've discussed all afternoon that no one is exempt because of the impact of the automatic nervous system, which we are all born with. In fact, that first 2 years of life is when our automatic nervous system, specifically the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches, are being really honed and created based off of the consistency and responsiveness of our caregivers and those in our environment. So when we understand and realize that chronic stress doesn't discriminate against any human's age, nationality, religion, sexuality, and all these different variances we've identified in the human race, we're then better able to recognize stress and trauma responses when they appear, sometimes appearing as poor interpersonal skills, such as being really defensive or aggressive, right? Knowing now that those are fight responses, right? That may be a way to fight people off before they harm them. Aggression, avoidance, resistance, accusations, opposition. These are all of these challenges that we experience with our clients are 9 times out of 10 a direct stress response. And if we as clinicians or social workers, administrators are able to recognize the stress responses, we can then respond with realistic expectations and neurobiologically informed techniques that help the client to widen their window of tolerance or their ability to regulate within a high stress situation. We're then able to respond with techniques that allow us to de-escalate the situation so that we can pull them back into their ventral vagal nerve where they feel competent and feel empowered in order to respond to what is happening, whether it's crisis or trauma. And then we have the ability to help reduce mental health symptoms, right? When we think again about how there is an interconnectivity of the automatic nervous system to not only our emotional well-being, but also our physical and social well-being, we understand that by responding with trauma-informed techniques, we are impacting one's life satisfaction, one's well-being, one's safety, right? And that all of these things are interconnected. And in that process of responding with ways that tap into that ventral vagal nerve, we are resisting that fourth component, resisting re-traumatization with the use of these techniques, but then also considering the client's strengths, right? Considering the cultural history, considering what trauma-informed care systems look like, right? This is how we have intentionality around our policies and our procedures, right? We have predictability, we have consideration of cultural norms, right? These are different things that can help to resist re-traumatization in addition to responding with these neurobiologically informed techniques that we're going to get into in just a moment. Do we have any questions about the safety threats, the stress responses, or trauma-informed care before we move into examining crisis interventions and specifically? You may use the chat box. Okay, so I'm really glad this is making sense to everybody. Again, reminding you to kind of pay attention to what's coming up for you, your body. If you have any discomfort, if you're feeling restless or whatnot, we'll have a break within the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll have our final break before we go into our final breakout room later this afternoon. I'm using the wrong clicker. Okay. So let's take a peek at crisis interventions, right? Now that we understand that crisis can impact our stress response system and will activate our stress response system, let's examine what crisis interventions look like, what successful crisis interventions look like. So we're going to discuss a study that was a meta-analysis of 36 different studies that looked at the effectiveness of crisis interventions and a promotion of resolution and mastery, right? And then empowerment. And the reason why we're looking at a meta-analysis, and at this one particularly, is because they did a really great job at their research design and making sure that all of those 36 studies had a baseline as well as post-treatment follow-up, so they can actually see whether or not the outcomes they sought were effective, right? And so in doing so, this allowed for a little bit more control of variables that may impact one's ability to overcome crisis and things of that nature. But what they looked at were 3 different types of crisis interventions, okay? 2 of them were like group-based interventions and 1 of them were single-based intervention. The first was called a family preservation program, which is typically a program that is used within child welfare, such as intact services, where we're wanting to prevent the family from being torn apart by providing them with the resources that they need in order to navigate the crisis that has precipitated their involvement with the child welfare system in and of itself. Sometimes that's housing, sometimes that's employment, sometimes that's the parents' own experiences of complex trauma and being overwhelmed, right? And their abuse or their neglect is a stress response that's happening. So when we think about these family preservation programs, they found that these programs were typically about 3 months in duration, and that there were a minimal of 8 hours of services to 72 hours of services. And so what we're seeing here is that the repetition and the frequency of these services is really important. And the reason why this is when we think about neurologically what's happening, a process called myelination is occurring. So anytime there is a redundance or a repetition in a behavior or a thought or an experience, there's a process called myelination, which is essentially an insulation of the neural pathways in our brains, right? Making it more likely for us to be able to quickly access that neural pathway, which is why we are talking about the importance of real and perceived threats, as in addition to how important it is to be redundant, how important it is to have practice, how important it is to engage with this information over and over again, and not just on a single shot situation whenever possible, right? Some of our programs do not allow us to have ongoing redundant engagement around these crisis situations. Nonetheless, perhaps this training will help modify some of those things so that we can see some additional efficacy in the programs that we're using. The second type of crisis intervention programs that they looked at were called multi-session crisis interventions, or essentially like a group crisis group or a crisis group that was occurring. There were no less than 3 sessions across the 36 programs, and they all included a skills-based training. Right, when we think about crisis being when a person feels that their ability to cope is overwhelmed and that is outside of their window, then these people who participated in this group crisis already had some of the skills, right? Maybe problem solving, perhaps stress relief or stress management techniques, interpersonal skills, right? All these different things that can kind of help a person to respond to the situations or the crises that they may be enduring. So it was an individual, a group intervention that followed the crisis event, and then there was a post-event crisis counseling session a month later. Okay, and in that month later, the post-counseling session, looked at their outcomes, and it looked at the sustainability of the use of those skills. And the third and final type of intervention program that was reviewed is a single session program where there was an individual or group debriefing that happened after the crisis, and it lasted about 20 minutes to 2 hours in length. And so when they looked at all of these programs and they ran their wonderful data, what they found was that the interventions that were most important or most effective had 3 parts. One, it had an assessment, right? And so when we think about understanding the safety threats, when we think about understanding what's actually going on, we're assessing where our client views the issue, right? We're assessing where they are identifying the challenge at, as opposed to the professional saying, hey, this is what we need to do to fix this problem. So we're going to assess the nature of the crisis. And this may look like maybe a formal way of doing so through different forms, depending on your organization, or it may be a process of utilizing some interventions that we'll talk about in a moment, where we use the engagement process in order to explore and assess what's actually happening. And then there's second piece is if there's a particular protocol that is followed. Again, this is going to look different across settings, across programs, but that protocol may be the use of a particular model, or it may be, the use of these trauma-informed interventions we're going to talk about. It may be a combination of those things, but the protocol is outlined as to how we are going to respond to crisis. So there might be policies and procedures that already exist, right? There may be some mock sessions or practice sessions, like almost like a fire drill, but a crisis drill that occurs, right? And then thirdly, there is an outcome evaluation where we're looking to understand whether or not the process that we engaged in, that protocol, was effective, okay? And what they found was that the family and multi-session models were found to be the most effective crisis interventions. Again, because of that redundancy that is required. And in that redundancy, we have that myelination process where we're not only empowering them, but we're also increasing their self-efficacy or their belief that they can overcome these challenges that they're experiencing, whether it's a resource deficit or an emotional capacity deficit, okay? They found that there was 8 hours or more of in-home crisis interventions provided over 1 or 3 months was also really effective. So if you start on the other side, they ranged from 8 hours to 72 hours, right? So it looks like what they found was a minimum of 8 hours is going to be the most effective support, and being, or the least amount effective support or hours or redundancy in the process of helping clients to feel empowered and to manage the crisis that they're engaged in. They also found that crisis sessions that had 4 to 12 sessions were also effective, right? So again, what our take home from here is how important redundancy is, and how involving multiple people within the systems can be helpful, right? A family or a multi-session or group session oftentimes included more than just the individual, but also included some type of skills-based process where they are helping the clients to not only gain the resources, but also gain the skills in order to manage and cope with what it is that they're experiencing. So when we understand that crisis interventions are going to have some redundancy, that they are going to be required for us to be mindful of these stress responses, we're then able to take our trauma-informed lens and really have effective crisis intervention. Okay, I see like lag in the computer. All right, so we're going to look at this model, what particular model called psychological first aid, which is something that anybody can do. It's a simulated training online where you can get a certification afterwards, and it actually goes through you being simulated to actually follow these steps and respond in a crisis that is more of one of those ecosystemic crises that like such as a tornado, some type of natural disaster. But essentially the steps that we're looking at is to help define the problem, right? So when we think about the assessment component, we have to define what the crisis is, what is actually occurring that is causing our clients to feel overwhelmed or feel as though they do not have the capacity in order to respond to what's occurring, right? So after we are able to define the problem, we have to ensure that there is safety, right? Again, remembering, if anything else, safety, 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 safety. We cannot have realistic expectations of people to heal, of people to be their best selves when there is a lack of safety, or even of ourselves as professionals to be our best selves when there's, a lack of safety. And so we must ensure their safety, physical safety, social safety, mental safety, and moral safety, at least within that controlled environment that we're in. Sometimes our clients live in a very chaotic world where their safety is compromised on a daily, and the main time that they have safety is when they're in that contained environment with us. And I want you to know that that is also extremely significant and very, very important for your client's healing, right? And in that process of that safety within that relationship that you're having, you're able to provide support, right? And when we think about this ventral vagal nerve, our interactions that we have as social creatures is one of the very first ways that we were able to pull ourselves into the ventral vagal nerve and help to provide support through that therapeutic interaction. You do not have to be a therapist in order to have a therapeutic interaction. So we're going to talk a lot about some interpersonal things that we can do to pull a person into the ventral vagal nerve, because not only is it free, but it's also one of the most humane things that we can do, or instinctual things that happens as we think about that first 2 years of the automatic nervous system being developed is largely based off of the interactions that we're having. So once we provide support, there's safety within the context. We define the problem, right? We understand what the stress responses are, and we help them to alleviate those within the process of providing support. We can then begin to examine the different alternatives or potential steps that we can take to mitigate the crisis in and of itself. It may look like helping them to get situational or network support, right? We may link them with resources, a food shelter or a food bank, or it may be that we meet a client with a grief group or some type of faith group, etc., depending on the client's challenges. Another piece we may find ourselves doing is helping them with coping mechanisms, right? Helping them to utilize exercise or utilize some of the different techniques such as going out into nature or expressive activities or breathing to help to calm the body and bring it back into the ventral vagal nerve. And then lastly, you might help with some positive reframing. When we think about all the different ways and different types of crisis, a lot of what is threaded through there when we think about the existential and the situational crisis is that there is a difference in the way that our view of the world and of ourselves are being impacted, right? So we may have to help a client, help them to see the experience as empowering, right? Or flip the silver lining as opposed to focusing on the negativity or the negative aspect of the crisis intervention in and of itself, right? So again, helping to empower them through the power of their thoughts so that we can then make a plan, right? Once we make a plan, we've empowered our clients, we've shown an unconditional regard, we've provided support, we know that their safety, we've validated their concerns and the problem that they've identified. We are more likely to see a client who is motivated and able to obtain and motivated and able to make a commitment to the plan that has been identified, as opposed to just fawning and telling us, yeah, I'll do that, but not really being able to do so because they are dysregulated and don't remember the steps or are too overwhelmed to engage in those steps. So I'm going to stop us here because we're going to take our final 10-minute break before we come back and look at some more concrete examples of how to activate the ventral vagal nerve in a process of de-escalating the crisis situations, right? So before we go on break, do we have any questions about let me see here, we have a couple questions in the chat. Any other questions about the crisis interventions and the process of using psychological first aid or trauma-informed care? Gail asks, so what interventions were not effective? It sounds like they all worked. How was efficacy measured? So they did not find that, they found that all of them were effective, and it was measured through a statistical, it's like really technical, a statistical equation that they were using, looking at the post scores and measuring whether or not there was still some resolution following the intervention in and of itself. So that was how they looked at that. And in the links or the reference on this PowerPoint, you'll be able to access that article, or you can send me an email and I can send you over the article as well. It was a pretty great research method that they used. Meta-analysis are awesome. Any other questions or thoughts before we take a moment for our break? Excellent. So we are going to take another 10-minute break. This is going to be our final break. Then we will come back, reconvene together, discuss some very specific concrete examples of how we can pull people into that ventral vagal nerve as we think about the steps of providing support and examining alternatives. And then we'll end our afternoon with practice around pulling all of this wonderful stuff together, where we are not only recognizing the potential safety threats for the professional and the client, but then also utilizing and identifying which one of the techniques we'll discuss momentarily make the most sense within a particular scenario that you all identified in your group. So I will see you again here in 10 minutes, and then we'll talk more about some activities and engagement techniques that will de-escalate by pulling people into their ventral vagal nerve. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are at our final stretch where we are going to discuss how do we pull people into their ventral vagal nerve. So recall the ventral vagal nerve is the off switch of the automatic nervous system or the stress response system. The ventral vagal nerve is responsible for safety, social connection, regulation, intimacy, and relaxation. So the ventral vagal nerve is something that every human has, and the part of the brain that we are going to manipulate with some specific techniques. So we're going to talk about a lot of interpersonal techniques in just a moment, but I also like to give you some additional techniques that can bring you into the ventral vagal nerve, such as being out in nature, watching or looking at nature pictures or hearing nature sounds with sound machines or YouTube videos. Having or engaging in movement can be really helpful, as well as we're releasing a lot of the hormones and things that are in our bodies. When we engage the large muscle groups, it kind of sends these calming signals to our brains, tapping into that ventral vagal nerve or that off switch. Another way to do so is to have our clients engage in expressive techniques, right? Such as creating maybe pottery through ceramics, or art, or painting, or music, poetry, lots of different ways to express ourselves, right? So expressive techniques can also pull us into the ventral vagal nerve, because what's occurring is that all of these things are pulling us from making what we call a bilateral integration to occur in our brains, where the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere are speaking to one another. Because when we are experiencing overwhelming stress and trauma, as I mentioned earlier, our brains are not processing the world at full detail, but instead processing it through a sensory base. And so by engaging in pulling people into the ventral vagal nerve, we're promoting something called bilateral integration, where there's an integration of our experiences, our internal and external experiences, which can help to reground us into safety. So another way to pull a person into a ventral vagal nerve is through the breath, right? And we talked earlier today about being mindful of our breathing and slowing down our heart rate through long exhales, or increasing our heart rate through longer inhales. Excuse me. So those are several different ways we can pull people into the ventral vagal nerve. The way that we're going to manipulate is through the relationship that we have with our clients, right? So relationships and safe interactions also activate the ventral vagal nerve. And in fact, I'm sure many of you have heard that when we think about therapy or social services engagement, that the therapeutic relationship is the most important component of an intervention. So again, if the client does not feel safe with you, if they feel judged by you, if they feel as though they are not in a safe space, they're not going to be able to receive the information that you're giving them, or able to engage in the intervention the way that you intend for them to engage. So with that, I've informed you that you are your most important tool, right? No one can be you. You come with a host of experiences, of skills, of interpersonal nuances that allow you to show up and really engage your clients in an authentic manner. So with warmth, empathy, alliance, insight, and feedback, these are going to help to contribute to an effective crisis intervention within a context of a safe relationship, right? So being mindful of our own stress responses is going to be important, so that we're in a safe, calm space, so that we can create safety for the next person that we're engaging with, because it actually helps to mediate some of the stress responses that are occurring, pulling a person into the ventral vagal nerve. So let's talk a little bit about these different examples, okay? Again, the purpose of focusing on these interpersonal challenges or interventions specifically is allowing us to be able to apply this information learned today across settings, to be able to integrate this into a particular model that you may be using, because sometimes we have, specific protocols to follow. But all of these techniques should be something that can easily be added to the work that you already do, be it a structured or semi-structured protocol. So the first step that I want to kind of talk about is providing simple choices, right? And with providing simple choices, we are empowering our clients, right? And giving them some power back. Oftentimes when we're experiencing crisis or we're experiencing trauma, we are experiencing a loss of control, right? And so providing simple choices such as, do you want to do this form first or the second form first, right? All too often we have several documents that we have to maybe get completed in the intake session or at different points throughout the process. But after we explain to our clients why we're doing these forms and giving them the option of which one to start with can be a great way to build rapport, to empower, and to help engage them and bring them into that ventral vagal nerve, right? Another technique, I'm going to skip validation statements because I have a whole nother slide around that. So we'll just stay here going into our grounding statements. So the grounding statements are essentially those statements that we're going to use to help bring a person into the here and now. Recall that when we're in our stress response system, we are oftentimes in the future or in the past, right? Either trying to prevent something from happening or we're thinking about something that has happened previously. So with grounding statements, we're bringing our clients, ourselves into the present moment. So we may be, by offering someone a cold cup of water, right? Or a hot cup of tea, where it allows them to kind of become in the moment as they drink that water and feel the sensation of the cold water. It may be that we ask them if they kind of see something on the wall, maybe there's a flyer or a quote or something to that effect that we have within our office or within the space that we're in. So essentially we are calling attention to the present moment, the here and now, in order to pull them back into their ventral vagal nerve, right? If you're working with children or youth or adolescents who are engaged in or kind of going through some crisis moments, a grounding statement may be, you hit your knee being silly, and it's like, just laughing around the fact that maybe I just hurt myself a little bit, but I am here in the moment with you laughing right now. You may actually offer someone to have a fidget, or would you like to, play with one of these your stress ball, or would you like to play with a fidget while we have this discussion, right? Again, bringing them into the present moment where they're here with us and able to stay present. Now, these examples or techniques are also outlined in your handouts as well, which was provided to you and will likely be dropped into our chat box as well. So you'll have the definitions as well as some examples and when you can use these with which type of stress responses, when they're both best for you to be used. So then we have the reflection of thoughts, contents, and emotions, right? Because when we think about, for instance, a person that you really feel safe with, right? Oftentimes you feel safe with them because they are acknowledging your thoughts. They're acknowledging the emotions that you're expressing. They're present with you, right? And so being present with someone demonstrates that you're connected with them, that you care about what they're saying, right? So that they can then again feel empowered and feel validated so that they can pull themselves into a space where they can begin to problem solve and think clearly and things of that nature. So by reflecting the thoughts, reflecting the content, reflecting their emotions, we're demonstrating to them that we are present with them so that they feel safe socially to continue to express themselves, so that their mental safety threats aren't assessing whether or not you think they're crazy or whether or not you think that they're the reason why they're in the situation, etc. Right? So again, it's bringing some calm to the situation and the here and now so that we're able to pinpoint what that problem is so that we can begin to problem solve. Whereas we have grounding strategies, we're using our 5 senses. If you recall the video on the stress response system, it talked a lot about those false alarms that may occur, right? And the false alarms occur because we have experienced some form of chronic overwhelming stress, and our brain has only processed that particular experience through one or more senses. It may be through sight, sound, touch, sight, sound, touch, taste, or feeling, right? And so with the grounding strategy, we're going to help to bring the client into the present moment through a mindfulness exercise, right? Or through a mindfulness, something that allows them to utilize their senses, such as putting on lotion. Maybe you might have a lotion that's scented where they're putting on their lotion and they're able to just feel the sensation of rubbing lotion into their hand. Perhaps you have a hot cup of tea or coffee that you can offer to the client where they're able to just, feel the sensation of the warmth of the steam from the coffee or the tea that's occurring. You may have oil diffusers in your office. kind of probably see the smoke from my oil diffuser, which is also, you know, bringing, what do you think about this scent, right? Do you want to choose a scent, and kind of combining the simple choices with grounding statements and grounding strategies, but we're bringing ourselves into this present moment using the different 5 senses that occur. There's also a different strategies, grounding strategies that you can use with your clients through use of YouTube videos or through use of different scripts that are available to you online. But essentially what you're doing is you're helping your clients to become present in the moment. So you might ask them to label stuff that they see, or to label some things that they're here or that they're feeling, right, through the sensations such as cloth on our clothes and things of that nature. And so in doing so, again, we're bringing ourselves into the present moment, which pulls our brains from the future or the past, which is what's really causing the activation of the stress response system, especially when we are in the office with our clients and there's a more controlled environment where we can create that safety. The next technique is called active listening, right? And so the active listening has 2 parts. We have attending skills, and we have the reflection skills, right? So where we are being, or labeling skills, where we are being mindful of what's happening. So I'll take for a moment and ask you all to consider someone that you feel very, very safe with, someone who you can engage with. How do you know that they're listening to you and that they're present with you? What are some of the verbal and nonverbal cues that occur when someone is present with you? We can use our chat box for this. We have eye contact, head nodding, facing the person whom we're speaking with, right? Paraphrasing what they just heard me say, leaning forward, repeating a sentence that was said, their legs and their feet and their body all pointing in your direction, validation, words of affirmation, engaging in the conversation, not moving, right? Not being in their phones. These are all really great ways in which a person can show that they're actively listening. And if you notice, a lot of them are nonverbal cues, and actually 80% of our interactions are nonverbal. And so in that, when we're thinking about these nonverbal cues, it's very important that we're also mindful of how we're showing up with our clients, so that, again, we're not activating social and mental safety threats, but instead providing a safe context for our clients to be able to work with us. We have some of being aware of facial reactions, right? Yes, those micro facial reactions, especially when we're in crisis or feeling or have experiences of trauma, we're hyper vigilant to those things. So that is very important for us to be mindful of. So these are some great examples and some great things to be cognizant of when we are engaging with our clients in the process of helping them to feel grounded in the moment. But then it also assists you in identifying that assessment process, so that when you get to the point of problem solving and looking at alternatives, you're actually able to pinpoint what was important for the client as opposed to what you would have been or feel is the issue in that moment, okay? So active listening is one simple thing that's very, very important. It's almost like, you know, on the contrary of maybe being in a doctor's office and you feel like they don't even know who you are and they're just like barely giving you any attention. You know, they're rolling around, their body's not looking, their body's not towards you, they're writing in the chart, okay, goodbye. And it's just really impersonal, right? And that doesn't feel safe. That doesn't feel like you're cared for in that moment. Or you may even feel comfortable sharing with the physician what's happening. So we also have, So then we're going to go over to I statements. I statements can be helpful for a number of different reasons, right? An I statement is helpful for de-escalating conflicts, right? Because I'm talking about what I perceive and how I'm experiencing the situation, right? So it can de-escalate things. So it's this difference between saying, I don't feel like you're hearing me versus you never listen, right? Whenever we start a sentence with you and we're providing feedback, we find ourselves putting people on the defense. So the use of I statements can really be helpful in providing feedback to clients and providing insight, right? I'm hearing that you're feeling this way. It sounds like to me what's important is, right? I would also feel really overwhelmed by that, right? So using I statements really helps to connect, but also separate the behavior and the person from the action, right? It's not that I am judging you. This is my response to the behavior or my response to the situation, or this is my feedback. What are your thoughts? Okay. So I statements can be helpful in that way. They can also be helpful in the process of setting boundaries, right? Sometimes when our clients are experiencing stress responses that are compromising our physical safety or our social safety, we may need to set boundaries because we're also human. And in that process, we can use I statements to do so with a 3-part I statement. That first part of the I statement, it starts with I, and you discuss how you're being, like how you feel, how you think, basically how you're being impacted, right? The second part of that statement is the impact, like what specifically is impacting you and causing the impact. And thirdly, you identify what your request is, right? So I'm feeling a little confused right now when you say, so I'm feeling a little confused right now when you tell me that you don't want to work together. Can you help give me some reasons why we want to move forward? Right? Or why we would want to move forward. So you're identifying what the behavior is, right? Instead of saying, oh, you're offending me, I'm exploring with you what's happening and trying to engage with you. Okay, so I statements are really important and helpful ways to respectfully communicate our boundaries, to respectfully communicate feedback, and to open the floor for clients to disagree with us and to correct us, because sometimes what we hear or what we believe may not work for a particular client, right? There's no one size fits all. Now, these open and closed-ended questions can really, really be helpful when used strategically in order for that assessment process, in addition to gaining that commitment process, right? So using open-ended questions, we do not want to use these questions when our clients are overly overwhelmed, right? When we're seeing a lot of stress responses, open-ended questions require a lot of prefrontal cortex or executive functioning. So at that point in time, we do not want to use those type of questions. But once we've established some safety and they're a little bit more calm and they're able to think a little more clearly, these open-ended questions, starting with what, when, how, where, can really help us to assess what's going on, but then also explore what alternatives or solutions that we have available for that particular client, right? So these open-ended questions can be very helpful once we have help to calm them down with the engagement of active listening and reflecting their thoughts and being present with them, or facilitating a grounding exercise, or engaging them and bringing them to the present moment in some shape, way, or form. And then you have your closed-ended questions, which are like yes or no questions, right? It's one or the other. There is a very strategic way in which you phrase the question where there is not a lot of information that's being offered. It's just yes or no. So in those moments, especially when someone's like really overwhelmed, you may ask, well, would you like to engage in a relaxation technique? Yes or no, right? Where we're providing the context of empowerment and giving them the choice to do these things, but at the same time, not overwhelming them by saying, oh, which relaxation exercise would you like? I'm overwhelmed. I don't know at this point, right? So I may offer simple choices again, where, hey, would you like to do a breathing exercise, or would you like to would you like to color while we chat, right? And coloring can be helpful for adults as well as youth or younger people, because of the gross motor skills that we're using and how that sends those common signals, right? And then lastly, we have asking for permission. Again, creating safety, creating empowerment, right? Because all too often when a person is overwhelmed by crisis, they feel like they're out of control. When they have experienced trauma, they feel as though there's never any permission or things that are happening outside of their control, or there's never any consideration that is being given to what their needs are and what they want. So you may ask permission, such as, is it okay if I come sit next to you? Is it okay if I close the door, right? Is it okay if I go on to the next question? right? Those are some different ways that we may ask permission. And in that process, we're creating predictability. And by creating predictability, we are creating safety, right? And we're creating safety within that relationship because I'm showing you that I care about you as an individual. I see you as an individual, and you have the power to make choices here. You don't have to engage in this in the way that I'm expecting you to engage, okay? So those are several different ways that we can help to deactivate the stress response system because it turns on that ventral vagal nerve, which is basically an off switch of the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses, okay? And in the repetition of cutting that off, that fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses, that process of myelination occurs, meaning that the client is getting stronger and stronger and more efficient and effective at being able to utilize the healthy relationship or being able to utilize the skills and the alternatives or resources that you're providing them with. And so we're going to go back over to validation statements now, because validation statements is a wonderful, wonderful way to help de-escalate things in addition to, active listening and reflective thoughts and things of that nature. So the validation statements we're going to look at it from the DBT or the dialectical behavioral therapy framework. Which is a cognitive behavioral therapy technique that is intended to help people who are experiencing intense dysregulation that causes interpersonal challenges, oftentimes something called antisocial personality disorder, used to be called borderline personality disorder. Nonetheless, when we think about a trauma-informed lens, right, these challenges that these individuals are having with forming relationships and communicating effectively and having good boundaries and regulating emotions are dysregulation, right, or essentially stress response systems, right? So with that understanding, we're able to use these different ways in which we can engage and validate. So it's important to know that validation, the intention behind validation is to help an individual to know that you understand them. It is by no means agreeing with what is happening, okay? We're going to talk about 6 different levels, and I am going to give you a case example of utilizing these different levels within one, but it's not a linear process, and you may find yourself using 1 or 2 levels at a time, okay? So first, we want to make sure that we're listening in a non-judgmental way, right? Both remembering the importance of the verbal and nonverbal cues of listening, so that there's that social safety and there's a mental safety that comes with the social safety, right? So that they can begin to articulate to us what the challenges are, what's going on. And then we are to accurately reflect the content and the feeling. So we can talk, when we think about those safety threats that we've discussed, right? We can articulate and accurately reflect what it is that is causing the trigger and causing an individual to feel what they're experiencing. And then we can articulate those unspoken feelings, right? We're able to think about and imagine how they're thinking, how they're feeling, what they desired in that moment, right? So that we're able to really help that client to understand how their behavior makes sense in terms of the past and present experiences that they've had, right? Especially if you have a rapport with your client. If you don't have a rapport with your client, this 4th level may be a little bit more difficult to do because of, obviously you're not having much history in the background, but if you are aware, let's say, of the cultural norms or of the community norms, you can utilize that to kind of help to make sense of the historical background of the behavior, right? The learned behavior or the behavior that has been helpful in adapting to environments, etc. And in that process, you're able to confirm that it makes sense that these behaviors and these feelings are happening in the present moment, right? And then you're radically able to be your authentic self and recognize this person without being condescending, without patronizing, without using engaging your client in a power struggle. And so an example I like to use is when I working with a mandated client. When I was working in child welfare, oftentimes parents are mandated as part of the service plan to engage in individual therapy to address their trauma and the reasons why they have harmed their child in one shape or form. So I was working with a client. She was about in her mid-20s, probably somewhere around 26, 27 at the time. And she had come into the system because of a domestic violence attack where her partner attempted or stabbed her near her heart, and she had her infant or her child with her. At that time, he was 1 year old. And when she went to the hospital, she, after the attack, the child was removed from her because they felt as though she was behaving in a very hysterical way. She had a lot of stress responses. She was very verbal and very kind of aggressive. Where's my child? What's going on? Because of the threat that this man has also made around hurting her child. So because the clinicians or the nurses did not have the understanding of trauma-informed care and stress responses, they misinterpreted a normal reaction to such a life-threatening issue, right? It was a physical safety threat going on for her and her child, right? And then here we have these individuals here judging you as a parent because you were stabbed. And so there's all these different safety threats happening. I say all that to say that as part of the work and as part of the requirements in child welfare, you have to speak with the parents about how they got involved. And so every time we would bring up her involvement, there was a very, very strong stress response. So much so, sometimes she would just storm out of the office halfway through the session, and things of that nature, right? And so again, understanding the trauma lens and understanding this is a flight response because things got too overwhelming, as opposed to saying, oh, she's being non-compliant, right? And so in understanding the flight response and why that was happening, the preceding session of her storming out, I think the second time with me, I brought to her a piece of paper with blank paper and also some coloring pencils, okay? And so I asked her, how would you feel about coloring or doodling while we talk? Sometimes it can be really helpful in helping us to remain kind of, present and grounded when we're talking about things that are stressful. So as we proceed to have this discussion, she agrees. She's talking about how boxed in she feels, how upset she feels. And what's really fascinating is she's drawn these 3D boxes as she discusses how she feels trapped, right? The beautiful interconnectivity of the mind. And so at this point, she's actually staying with it and remaining regulated. At one point, I asked her a question because it was clear that she was getting activated, but she was not so activated that she was ready to storm out of the office because of the drowning that was occurring, keeping her, within that ventral vagal nerve. And so I asked her, well, what do you notice happening in your body right now, right? Because I noticed as a clinician, her breathing has shifted. And she says, forgive me for my profanity, but for the purpose of the story, I'm going to tell you what she said to me. A teacher to ask that dumb shit was her response. So naturally, there is, I'm taken back, and there's some social safety threats, right? And then there's some other safety threats, and I have to be mindful of, okay, well, what type of safety threat is coming up for her that she would have such a strong reaction? So here's the 6 levels of validation that occurred, right? That was a really weird question, wasn't it? Would it be okay? And we really don't oftentimes think about like what's happening in our bodies, right? So would it be okay if I told you why I asked you that question? She then gives me permission to do so. So I say, when we are talking about things that is harming us or something that has harmed us in the past or was unfair, it can cause us to have changes in our breathing and changes in the way that we feel safe. And given that you have experienced the domestic violence or being stabbed, it makes sense that every time I bring up being involved in the child welfare system, you get upset about it. And we have to notice what's happening in our bodies in order to really be able to regulate that so that we can do the things that need to be done to get our child back. Right. So there was an understanding of a connection of her historical behavior of being harmed in the past, of being caught off guard, of not really thinking about these things. Right. So I'm validating all of that. But in that moment, she was able to remain present with me and engage in the dialogue and actually remain in her session. Right. Because the previous 2 sessions, she had completely stormed out of the office. Right. And so those are some examples or a concrete example of what using different levels of validation may look like in the process of helping to de-escalate a situation so that she was able to understand that it's normal for you to have these responses that you are having in this present moment, given your experiences of being attacked, right? Given your experiences of being blamed for your child being taken away when you were the one that was harmed. Okay, so do we have any questions about these levels of validation in the ventral vagal nerve and how this ventral vagal nerve is an off switch to crisis and trauma? Okay, Well, you have handouts that summarize those different techniques. And so we'll have the handouts dropped into the chat box. But what we're going to do now is go into our final activity of the afternoon, where we will go again into a group of about 7. And amongst yourselves, I want you to identify a crisis that you have experienced, heard about, or witnessed, okay? And then amongst each other, select one of these stories and discuss the following. What safety threats and stress responses are present? Remembering to think thoughtfully about the safety threats and stress responses that may be present or are present for the professional and for the client or clients, depending on the story that you selected. And then you're going to identify some relevant de-escalation techniques, right? Again, using that handout, and discuss the implementation of this technique. And in that discussion, we want to think about what words are we using, right? We want to think about our body language. We want to think about very concretely, how will we execute that so that we can then role play the use of this strategy. And in that role play, we'll have one person be the professional, one person be the client, and then everybody else will be the observer. And we'll discuss how that went and what the roles were like and the use of these de-escalation techniques amongst each other. We'll be in this breakout group for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and wrap up for the afternoon. Do we have any questions about the instructions and what to expect? Excellent. And then is it possible for us to have the handouts dropped into the chat box again prior to us going into the breakout room? This screen here with the instructions will remain present for you all to see during your breakout groups as we kind of think about the scenarios and the instructions. Okay, so the chat box now has the handout for you all. Remember that when you click a link, it will take you to a different window, but it will not close the Zoom window. So you'll have to navigate through your tabs, depending on what device you're in, back to the Zoom window in order to see the people that you're in your room with or the instructions. Okay, so without further ado, I will ask you all to actively participate in your group as you think about all of the information that we have discussed today as it relates to de-escalation. And I look forward to hearing your thoughts and what you come up with following our return. See you in 20 minutes. All right, welcome back everybody, and congratulations as we are at the end of this training. You have survived a nice long day. Thank you so much for each of your commitments to trauma-informed care. So before we summarize, does anyone want to share their thoughts, reflections, or any final questions that they may have about the content covered this afternoon? Again, we'll use our chat box if you do have anything you'd like to add. How are we supposed to report? So you can use the chat box in order to share your thoughts. And I will read them out loud to everyone, and then people who have access to the chat box, depending on the device they're using, can also see those comments as well. Yeah, this was a great refresher, very informative. What is our next webinar for trauma? Awesome, awesome, awesome. And so as we think about our time together, everyone, it's really important to remember that you are your best technique, right? And so that means that utilizing the therapeutic relationship, not having to be a therapist to have a therapeutic relationship, is really, really, really the most important technique that you'll use. But more importantly, understanding that there are triggers that will happen to every human because of the nature of the context and the world that we're living in. Every single one of us are experiencing safety threats at some point in time throughout the day. So understanding what the safety threats are allows us to understand better the triggers and the reasons for the stress responses. When we recognize the stress responses that every human has experienced, we are then able to choose an intervention that is going to be effective, namely an intervention that pulls our clients into their ventral vagal nerve. Remembering the very best free resource we have is ourselves, but we also can use other things such as expressive arts, movement, nature, and breathing in order to pull people into their ventral vagal nerve. So again, I thank you so much for your commitment to trauma-informed care and your participation today in the breakout rooms and the group activities, as you have made this opportunity and this training very, very helpful for everyone and fruitful for everyone through your participation. So I will just tell you all briefly about a couple of resources that I want to share with you. The NCTSM, which stands for the National Childhood Traumatic Stress Network, is a site with free learning resources on childhood trauma. Whether you work with adults or not, we have all been children before, and our early experiences prior to 18 years old has a direct impact on our functioning and our life satisfaction as adults. So this website can give you some free CEUs and free resources, even handouts, to be able to share with your clients as you help them to understand what it is that they are experiencing or why they may be experiencing some of the challenges they find themselves undergoing. Similarly, academia.edu is an awesome site that allows you to have free access to literature. I know one of the really frustrating things for myself following graduate school was not having access to literature anymore, databases anymore. So this is a way to continue to have evidence-based practice at a free process where you can download and research what's specific to your particular population, your particular site or programming, and do so in a way that makes you feel comfortable and competent. And so I encourage you all to continue your learning, continue being your awesome selves, and remember that you are an invaluable, invaluable, invaluable resource to the community, to the human race, as we move towards a more humane and peaceful society through the lens of trauma-informed care. So if you all have any questions, you can always give me a ring or an email. And Becca, so I'm going to turn it over to Becca, where she is going to explain to us how to complete the evaluation, how to get your CEUs, and any other information that you may need. So thank you again for all of your participation and your commitment. You all have a wonderful and safe weekend. My pleasure. Okay, so I see there's some challenges with the evaluation, and just in a moment, you'll get some additional direction on as to how to complete that evaluation so that you can get your CEUs, where to find that link, who to contact if you're having any challenges with the link. So we appreciate your patience as we navigate these small technical difficulties, right? The road has shifted a lot. There is a question. The link for the evaluation has been dropped in the chat box as well. My email is WORSHAM, my first name, at lotustraumacare.com. It will also be listed in just a moment as we close out. And I will put that email in the chat box for everyone as well. If you have any questions, want any consultation as it relates to your specific site, some more guidance on the use of the ventral vagal nerve. Absolutely love, love, love this topic. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you, Marcelina. The link is continuing to add challenges. That's a little frustrating. Pleasure area. Okay. William mentioned logging into an account allowed him to get access to the survey.
Yes, in our instructions in the chat panel, you have to log in your FATA account or create an account on the site to take the evaluation.
Okay. Thank you, Becca. Thanks, William. It's at the bottom of the page. Gail, you have to register or create an account. And in just a moment, we'll hear some more detailed instructions. Thanks, Ron.
Hey, Elle,
Yes, of course.
I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get the video to play of me saying goodbye to everyone. So I just want to let everyone know that we really appreciate Elle and everything she's done, and our JThor staff and everything they've done. And if y'all are ready to log off, you can. Please see the survey in the chat panel. The evaluation to take, you will need to register or log in on FATA's site for the first time just to proceed to the evaluation. I'm going to post it again. It will have instructions in the chat about how to get on and take the evaluation. The evaluation takes no more than 2 to 3 minutes. The evaluation will close January 21st. So make sure you log in before then and take the evaluation so you can receive your credits. It'll take about 30 business days to receive, and a copy of this recording will also be on our website in about 30 days from today's date as well. So if you need anything else, just let us know.
Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. We have included Worsham's contact information so that you may contact Worsham with any further questions. Worsham, we really thank you for all the work you put into today's workshop and all the valuable information you shared with us. We are sure this training will help practitioners in the future. Please note a couple of items of business before we conclude. As a reminder, if you want to receive continuing education credits or a statement of credit, you must register or log in to your FATA account and take the evaluation. When you create your profile, please remember to use the same email address you used when registering for the workshop. This helps connect your attendance with your profile. After the workshop, you will receive an opportunity to complete the evaluations for today's presentation in a follow-up email. You can also access the evaluation in a link provided in the chat panel. Please note that your feedback is very important to us and most appreciated. Please know that the evaluation will close on midnight at Friday, January 21st. As a reminder, up to 3.5 continuing education credits are available if you met the attendance requirements. We do not email statements of credit. After we verify attendance, completion, and evaluation, a statement of credit will be generated as a journal entry within your profile. The recording and presentation materials will be available within 30 days on FATA's website. Once again, Worsham, we really thank you for presenting for us today. We would also like to thank all of our attendees for participating in today's workshop. We would also like to recognize and thank the Florida Department of Children and Families, Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health for supporting today's training. Again, please note that the evaluation will close Friday, January 21st, 2022. Thank you all and have a great day.